This Honorable House resume its sitting. Good morning, all. First, I'd like to welcome the people in the gallery. I call on the Premier.
Testing 1, 2. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I too welcome all our fine citizens in the gallery. It shows that democracy is alive and well. But I'd like, Mr. Speaker, move a motion, Mr. Speaker, in terms of to move a motion that the intended motion still will be ventilated today, but due to some information, extra information that we would like to have in our hands, Mr. Speaker, we're looking at moving it down to moving number 9 to number 12, and number 12 to be number 9, just a slight shift, Mr. Speaker, on the order paper, because this motion that would have been number 9 is not about an individual, but about an official office. And it's important for everyone to know that the BVI taxpayers are paying for the legal fees for the legal representation of the COI lawyers due to claims of possible violation of the Legal Professions Act 2015. Also, it is important for everyone to know that the governor has exercised his democratic right to have legal representation during the time when he will be cross-examined in the COI, which is the same COI that the governor's office called. And it is also projected, Mr. Speaker, that the BVI taxpayers may be paying this expense as well, because I've been informed that Section 103 of the Constitution will likely be used for those two expenses that I've named. The only one is being ordered to pay legal fees in his private capacity while taking action in his official capacity would have been the Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I just needed to state that these information that has recently come to the attention of the Minister of Finance, and there are some documents that I would like to request. So before I speak any further on them, but those two first developments are the ones that have reached to my domain as Minister of Finance, and I have to inform the people of both to also have it referenced to the actual motion, which would mean that the Speaker will be the only one in this official capacity that now would have to be paying his private capacity, Mr. Speaker. But as I stated, I've been informed that Section 103 of the Constitution will most likely be used to pay for the other two legal representation of the CY lawyers and possibly the lawyer for the governor if he's cross-questioned by the COI. Mr. Speaker, on that, I so move the motion, and Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Second. Mr. Speaker, before we move forward the motion, I just want, from a point of information, seek clarity, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since the motion in question, you're also named as a co-claimant on behalf of the House of Assembly with the Speaker. Are you in a position to adjudicate this process, considering that you're a party of the same claim that was made in the courts? The Attorney General could probably assist this House and give us an opinion of the Deputy Speaker, who is also a party of the claim, can also participate as a Speaker. But I want us to address this before the motion is moved, because the Attorney General could give us some guidance on this particular issue. Because the Deputy Speaker in question, who is now Speaker, is also party to the suit that was filed in court.
Mr. Speaker, if I may, Mr. Speaker, we're not debating the motion now, so that would not be an issue, but during the break, the Attorney General will be able to get their opinion, so when it is going to be debated later on today, or whatever is going to happen with it, then that will be answered. But right now, it's not a matter of shunning the debate, it's just a matter of moving the debate down 2 or 3 items before we get to it on the order paper so that more information can come for all to have. But I've given them some of the information that I lately have received with the other 2 areas that we most likely have to be paid from BVI taxpayers, most likely, as I'm informed, using Section 103. So I just wanted members also to know that.
Mr. Speaker, while I respect the Premier's opinion, I think it's the position of this Honorable House that the only legal opinion that matters is the Honorable AG. So I would love for the AG, if she may, because my concern is not just the debate, but dealing with the matter at all in terms of this particular resolution. The AG could advise if it's a non-issue, then the AG will tell us it's a non-issue. But the opinion that matters as far as a legal opinion is the Honorable AG in this Honorable House.
I recognize the AG.
Mr. Speaker, the resolution, as far as I see it, when it comes, speaks only to the Speaker and not the Deputy Speaker. So whereas the recital speaks to the Deputy Speaker in giving the history of the matter, the motions concerns the Speaker only. So there is no issue.
Thank you, Madam AG. I see no reason for us to continue debating this, as the AG already gave the detail on this. As I said, it will be moved. From what the request is, that will be moved off the order paper to number 12. So I don't see why we should continue debating this at the minute, because a motion is on the floor that will be referred to number 12. So I would like the motion to be second, please. To what order member the second would like to speak?
From a point of information and a point of order, I believe the question raised by the member and the leader opposition and the response given by the Honorable AG, it seems like we're mixing up 2 different things. The court case and the filing that was filed in the court had both named both Honorable Willock and Honorable Neville Smith yourself, sir. So I believe what the Honorable Penn is seeking to understand, and I'm seeking clarity, can we now change the fact that the resolution can say just the Speaker when it was both names filed in the court? That's what we're trying to understand, Mr. Speaker. So while even though the Speaker's name is on this resolution, I believe what we must also remember and understand and appreciate is that both names, the injunction were filed by both names, the injunction was removed by both names. So I want that to be absolutely clear for this Honorable House, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member second. But again, I'm guided by the AG, and she just made her ruling, which was requested. So we'll move on. Good.
I rise to, yes, Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion, and even on the point of order raised by the other members, the continuous attempt to get the Deputy Speaker from sitting in the House does not go unnoticed. But on this occasion, he is not the subject of the resolution being actually put before the House, Mr. Speaker. So I'm not sure legally and constitutionally he's not the subject of, and then should not be made to be excused from the House. When the debate comes, all the facts will be placed on the table, and we can do it. So this one here, I rise to second the motion to move from number 9 to number 12 and 12 to 9. And when we come to the substantive debate, we can then have all the other issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The motion has been moved and second that number 12 go to 9 and 9 to 12. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Motion is passed. Cool. I call on the Honorable Premier, Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the second and third reading of the bill entitled Public Procurement Act 2021. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Public Procurement Act 2021 be read a second time. And Mr. Speaker, while I'm on that, with your kind permission, may I be allowed to refer to my notes, Mr. Speaker, as this is another very important time in the history of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, may I, Mr. Speaker? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to present the Public Procurement Act 2021 for second reading in this honorable House. Honorable members, I am both proud and overjoyed to see this bill before this honorable House today. It is a milestone in a very long journey that this territory has been on for a very long time, and it is an achievement that should be celebrated by all who hold the Virgin Islands near and dear to their hearts. Mr. Speaker, I want it to be registered loud and clear, near and far, that this is yet another piece of good governance legislation that has been brought forward by your Virgin Islands government. Successive Virgin Islands governments have worked on it. It has been through a rigorous and time-consuming development process, and this shows the level of effort that has gone into making it a quality piece of legislation. It is a bill in which our capable and competent public officers have been deeply involved in its preparation, and they have been working with international contributors as well. We want to thank the Ministry of Finance and the Attorney General's office and the members of my government for their input on this bill, as well as former governments who have been contributing, and I'll get to that at a later stage. Because we know that there will be those in the public who are always quick to ascribe motives to the work of this government. And it's almost a certainty that they will try to say that the reading of this legislation at this time is some kind of reaction to other activities that are going on, or that your government was forced by someone to bring this now. Well, in the first instance, we all know that government does not work like that. But the evidence is clear that nobody had to force the Virgin Islands people to embrace good governance legislation. If you look at the speeches from the throne, which are written by the government and read in the House of Assembly by the governor, you will see that the good governance legislation has been consistently on the legislative agenda. And this includes the Whistleblower Act, the Contractor General legislation, the Integrity in Public Life Act, and others. For the Virgin Islands people, further strengthening of our good governance legislation is something that we value. Mr. Speaker, on the election campaign trail in 2018 and 2019, the Virgin Islands Party pledged that if the people of the Virgin Islands put their trust and their faith in us, that we would push forward on a number of long-standing issues and bring them to fruition. And this we are doing because that was the compact that we made with the population of the Virgin Islands in February 2019. But I will not pretend that this was a simple task. I will not pretend that these were things that could be done in the blink of an eye by a government that has spent 20 months battling the worst pandemic in over 100 years, and simultaneously participating in and assisting a commission of inquiry that is looking into matters that are over a decade old. What honorable members are witnessing is not like Robert Springsteen spinning a room full of straw into gold overnight. These legislation have taken a long time to develop. They have been through extensive processes, and I must thank past administrations and all public officers who worked to bring us to this point. You see, Mr. Speaker, there's a narrative that is spread by some persons who harbor selfish agendas, and these agendas include targeting persons for personal reasons, and as they pursue their personal motives, they affect the reputation of the Virgin Islands and the welfare of all Virgin Islanders. These kinds of narratives are also spread by persons who do not want to see Virgin Islanders progress. They aim to undermine the psyche of our people, to make our people believe that Virgin Islanders cannot do anything and they cannot achieve anything. They want us to look as though we are backward and as though Virgin Islands people have low morals and that we are incapable of governing ourselves. And as legislators, honorable men and women, elected by the people of the 9 districts to represent them and to stand up for their interests, one of our primary responsibilities, each of us, is to ensure that this false narrative is knocked down. Mr. Speaker, the preamble of our Virgin Islands Constitution speaks to the essence of the Virgin Islander and our indomitable spirit. It speaks to our connection to these islands. It speaks to the noble values of our ancestors and which are a part of all of us. It speaks to our heritage, and it speaks to the fact that our people aspire to direct and participate in the development of our country and to one day be a self-governing people. And these are the things that must be foremost in our minds, and may I say foremost in the minds of all who profess to be patriotic Virgin Islanders. So today, we have before us a piece of good governance legislation that successive governments have taken forward and worked on. And that in itself is a testimony that these past and present Virgin Islands governments were committed to getting this legislation brought forward. It was just a matter of the process being a lengthy one. And of course, your present government has put in the extra hours to bring it to the point where it can be put before the legislative arm for consideration. Mr. Speaker, there's no question that your government, all members of this House on both sides of the aisle, and the members of the public, especially those who provide goods and services to the government and to the various state agencies, all want a procurement system that is fair, that is transparent, promotes value for money, whilst empowering local contractors and businesses to be successful. We all want a procurement system that we can all have confidence in. We also all want a system that is in tune with the modern demands and methods and international best practice. Public procurement reform in the Virgin Islands is not a concept that was stumbled upon last night or last year. Rather, this bill is a byproduct of years of diligent and consistent efforts to further improve and modernize the public procurement system. In my research and review of the genesis of the public procurement reform that has culminated in the introduction of this bill, I was reminded that the process commenced in the last quarter of 2014 when the then government reached out to the Caribbean Development Bank to conduct an assessment of the BVI's public procurement system. The assessment was conducted using a tool that was developed by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, referred to as the Methodology for Assessing Procurement Systems, or MAPS. The findings of the assessment was documented in the Country Procurement Assessment Report for the British Virgin Islands, which was prepared and submitted to the government in December 2014. The report highlights a number of weaknesses and areas for opportunities in the BVI's public procurement system when compared to international best practice and established procurement principles. And we must understand that the word weakness is not necessarily an indictment on the territory or people or our government. They are just areas for improvement. Sometimes these gaps may emerge simply by the passage of time and the development of new practices in the procurement industry. The report offered a number of recommendations to guide the territory through its public procurement reform. The most striking and impactful recommendation was drafting and legislative approval of a standalone procurement act as well as a procurement regulations derived from the act. This simply meant that the time had come to update our framework and that piecemeal patchwork amendments would just be too messy and cumbersome. So it was best to draft a new bill, and that would close most of the areas where recommendations were made. Mr. Speaker, after years of drafting, redrafting, reviewing, which included reviews from the United Nations Development Program, the Caribbean Development Bank, our own Attorney General Chambers, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, and most recently, the Charles Kendall Group, a consultant engaged by the Caribbean Development Bank to assist the BVI with its public procurement reform. We now have the opportunity to finalize and pass public procurement legislation that we can all be proud of. It was very important to produce a modern and internationally recognized public procurement legislation, but even more important that we got it right. And in passing, may I point out that persons should pay attention to the fact that there were international bodies there that were willing and able to help the Virgin Islands in this important task. Because, Mr. Speaker, this goes to show that there are agencies and partners that are available to lend assistance when needed, and that are interested in helping us on our path to further developmental. You see, sometimes we are inclined to think that help can and must only come from certain places, and that there's no other support out there in the world. And that is yet another narrative that needs to be corrected. There's a wide array of resources available to us, willing to assist us with our goals if we just reach out. In fact, sometimes you do not even have to ask. Sometimes the help is offered. And therefore, as a community, we need to put those old and inaccurate notions out of our minds and not let these kinds of apprehensions dampen us in our resolve. We also have to stop letting persons plant unnecessary doubt in our minds, especially when it comes to the competence and capabilities of our people. There has been a lot of talk recently about the inadequacy of the public service to meet certain present demands. And again, I want to be clear, this is not an indictment on our public officers. It is a recognition that the system and structure of the public service in its present design are not aligned to deliver what is being demanded of the service. All public officers are very, very, very capable. Most of them are committed to their jobs. They work long hours and go beyond the call of duty out of BVI love for their Virgin Islands. Nobody sees when they are burning the midnight oil to help our territory to develop. What they need is a modernized public service that is structured to support them, and that too is on its way. When we talk about the abilities of our Virgin Islands public officers, it is with a heart of gratitude that I commend the hard work of the Ministry of Finance and the Attorney General's Chambers and all who have been involved to ensure that this public procurement bill is ready and could stand up to the court of public and international scrutiny. The public procurement bill, Mr. Speaker, seeks to establish the legal framework for public sector procurement in the BVI. The primary objectives of this bill are to, 1, maximize economy and efficiency in public procurement. 2, foster and encourage participation in public procurement proceedings by suppliers and contractors regardless of nationality, thereby promoting international trade. 3, promote competition among suppliers, service providers, and contractors for the supply of the subject matter of the public procurement. 4, provide for the fair, equal, and equitable treatment of all suppliers, service providers, and contractors. 5, ensure that domestic suppliers, service providers, and contractors are provided with ample procurement opportunities in order to encourage and support national development. 6, promote the integrity of and fairness and public confidence in the public procurement process. And 7, achieve transparency in the procedures relating to public procurement. The bill is divided into 7 parts. Part 1, clauses 1 to 5, set out the preliminary provisions. In this part, we have all the important definitions that will apply in this act. We see that the act will apply not just to procurement directly by the government, but also by the bodies and enterprises that are either wholly owned by the state or in which the state has controlling interests. There are a handful of instances where certain tendering methods will not apply, and this is because the nature of the goods or services or the purpose for which the procurement is being done. It would not be practical to apply certain methods. And I must emphasize that this does not mean that accountability goes out the window in these circumstances. There will be other checks and balances that will protect the public purse. This part also established the Central Tenders Board and its composition, which includes the Financial Secretary, the Attorney General, the Director of Public Works or his or her representative, the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry responsible for the subject matter of the particular tender or his or her representative, and one of the other Permanent Secretaries in rotation. This part also established the Procurement Unit, which will carry out the administrative support functions of the Central Tenders Board, as well as the Procurement Coordinator. Each government ministry, department, or other agency shall also be required to establish a procurement committee mandated to support the procurement process under the Act and ensure accountability and transparency. We have put these things into our new procurement legislation. Part 2, clauses 6 to 12, will provide the methods of procurement. Procurement during an emergency, solicitation, and notices of procurement. Under this part, the different methods of procurement are still listed out, including open tendering, which may be conducted in 1 or 2 stages and with or without pre-qualification, restricted tendering, request for quotation, request for proposals without negotiation, request for proposals with consecutive negotiations, and single source procurement, subject to such requirements and conditions as may be prescribed for the appropriate use of each method of procurement. Generally, procurement will be by open tender, but where restricted, single source tenders or any of the other legitimate methods are to be used. There are some strict conditions that must be met. Part 3, rules clauses 13 to 21, will provide for the procedures for processing tenders, making open of tenders, and the examination and evaluation of tenders. Included in this part are stipulations of what must be included in the solicitation documents, and this includes the terms and conditions of the procurement, but also the date, time, and place for delivery or completion. It goes into what conditions need to be satisfied before a tender can be rejected, and how the evaluation of tenders has to be done to achieve fairness. Part 4, clauses 22 to 24, provides the procedures regarding restricted tendering, request for quotation, and single source procurement. Part 5, clauses 25 to 26, provides for the procedures regarding single sources procurement. Part 6, clauses 27 to 23, provides for dealing with challenging and appeals against a decision of a procuring entity. Under this part, an appeals board will be established, comprised of 3 persons, appointed by the minister, one of whom shall be attorney at law who is practicing or has practiced for a period of not less than 10 years, and who shall be the chairperson. Via the appeals board, a tenderer that claims to have suffered or claims that it may suffer loss or injury because of the alleged non-compliance of a decision or action of the procuring entity may challenge the decision or action concerned. And here, I would advise all persons, especially those who would be involved in the procurement of and provision of goods and services, to become familiar with section 27 to 33, because it details here under what grounds an appeal can be lodged, how to go about lodging an appeal, and the time frames that are involved for key steps in the process. Part 7, clauses 34 to 58, would provide for miscellaneous matters, including rules concerning the procurement contract, rules concerning evaluation criteria and procedures, rules concerning estimation of the value of procurement, rules concerning the language of documents, and rules concerning applications. It will also include transitional provisions. I must also emphasize that under this part, the procuring entity shall maintain a record of procurement proceedings that includes such information as may be prescribed, and portions of this record shall be made available to any person after the successful submission has been accepted or the procurement that has been cancelled. So, our Virgin Islands Public Procurement Act will ensure that any person can scrutinize the process with every applicable procurement to see what has taken place. And there are two benefits to which I would like to highlight. Firstly, there will be no shroud of secrecy. Anyone, and I repeat, anyone, can access this information, regardless of who they are, what position they hold, and so forth. Anyone can access this information, and it will be so under the law. This is what you call strengthening good governance and further strengthening good governance. The second thing is that we have seen many people have their lives and their reputation dragged through the mud because of and based on allegations, which when the facts are revealed, those allegations were unsubstantiated. There are some among us who thrive on rumors, gossip, and speculation. And when the government or the minister responsible comes forward with the information to clear the air, the talk changes to say there is cover up and all kinds of other things. So, bearing that in mind, now, with this Public Procurement Act, any member of the public or on their own, any member of the public on their own can go and get this information. They do not have to wait on government to bring it. This is transparency. This is accountability. If they are being slandered, they can go and get information from the source to clear their name. If there are persons who are aggrieved and they want to know what transpired, they can go and get the information for themselves. And if there are persons making allegations about others, they now have the tools to go and get the facts. So if there's anyone out there who is making allegations, they must be able to substantiate what they are saying. And they have no excuse for saying they cannot get the information. Because under this new public procurement bill, it allows for persons to be able to come and see what is happening transparently, Mr. Speaker. These are also strengthened, Mr. Speaker, with the legislations that we passed before in this honorable House, that some would like to go unnoticed, but they also help further strengthen good governance. We have the Contractor General legislation, Mr. Speaker, where that unit is now being set up so that persons who want to look into how contracts are awarded, and Mr. Speaker, even how contracts are being implemented, can do so. So if there are any concerns, Mr. Speaker, those can be dealt with from the embryonic stage. That legislation was already passed in this House, and as I stated previously, it will now is now in the works of being enacted in terms of the unit. We also see the Contractor General legislation, Mr. Speaker, which is what I'm talking about in terms of that Contractor General legislation. But we also see the whistleblower. So, Mr. Speaker, if anyone knows of something that is not going according to what it should be going with these laws that have been passed, and including the Public Procurement Act, that they can report it, and once it is proven to be so, they'll be paid for the information. If not, Mr. Speaker, they will have to pay for their misinformation. Mr. Speaker, we see these and many other legislations that have been passed by this honorable House since this government has taken office that will further strengthen good governance, including the upcoming, Mr. Speaker, integrity in public life, the Police Act, Mr. Speaker, And soon to come, Mr. Speaker, will be the Human Rights Commission, Mr. Speaker, and also, Mr. Speaker, many other legislation to further strengthen good governance, including the Information, Mr. Speaker, Freedom of Information Act. We promise these to the people. And if you read, Mr. Speaker, the speeches from the throne, you can tick them off one by one, that this government has made sure that it continues to further strengthen accountability, further strengthen good governance, further strengthen transparency. So, Mr. Speaker, whoever comes in these seats after this government, Mr. Speaker, would have met a system already being lined up to push and thrust us into the new dimension that we will have to go to based on Article 73 of the United Nations one of these days, whether we want to or not, which is self-governance, which will show that we are already put the mechanisms and measures in place to show that we can police ourselves. And many more has to be done. And may I re-emphasize that they were not triggered by the events that are happening at this moment, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the COI or any other prompting from anyone else. The record will show, Mr. Speaker, that these have been worked on and passed, and also yet to be passed very soon. And for those public officers who will be involved in issuing, receiving, and evaluating tenders, selecting a successful bid, and issuing the contracts when it deals with this Public Procurement Act, please bear in mind that with the level of transparency that this act is bringing, you must make sure everything is above board. Mr. Speaker, this Public Procurement Bill 2021 and the Public Procurement Regulations that will come on stream soon thereafter will replace the current Public Finance Management Regulations 2005 as a legal framework for governing and guiding public procurement in the Virgin Islands. This is all part of the modernizing and strengthening of the procurement framework in the Virgin Islands. This is all part of positioning the Virgin Islands as an attractive place to do business where the highest standards are upheld. Mr. Speaker, I ask honorable members to support this legislation. And I also want to say again, thanks to the Attorney General's office and thanks to the Ministry of Finance, Mr. Speaker, especially Dr. Drexel Glasgow and his team, and even our current Financial Secretary, the Acting Financial Secretary, Mr. Jeremiah Fred, and even our past Financial Secretary who were working on it, Mr. Glenroy Forbes, Mr. Speaker, and all of them from CDB and all the other entities in the region that are high standard, that had input on this to make sure that we craft it, to make sure that we take in consideration the culture of the Virgin Islands, but at the same time adhere to the highest international best practice standards. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask honorable members to support this legislation and to support our Virgin Islands as we further intensify our efforts to strengthen, diversify, and expand the Virgin Islands economy for the growth, development, and security and prosperity of our Virgin Islands and our people. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for letting me say these words to introduce this bill and also to give a backdrop of what the bill entails, but what also is intended to do for the Virgin Islands, which is, among other things, further strengthen good governance. So may God continue to bless and protect our Virgin Islands and its people, and may He continue to guide us on the path to success and prosperity. Mr. Speaker, I do thank you, and we thank God for getting this far with this bill, and to get here now at this stage, finally. I thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion, and I reserve my right to debate this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. The floor is now open for debate. I recognize the member of the Fifth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this bill, Public Procurement Act, 2021. And Mr. Speaker, as we go through this pandemic, the Premier went quite in depth into the bill and explained the reasoning for the bill. And Mr. Speaker, we understand that this bill has been around for some time, and this again is one of those bills that we have gone through a transparent process. We have made sure that all entities were involved in this bill. It's to establish a more modern legal framework in terms of public procurement. Mr. Speaker, the reason I stand in support of this bill, I know it was sometime last year, as this in 2020, when through the Premier, we amended the Public Finance Management Act. And the reason for amending that was so that as we were in a pandemic, we wanted to make sure that more persons within the community would be able to take part legally in terms of the works that were being carried out within the community. And Mr. Speaker, I know that this Public Procurement Act, it's repealing some parts of the Public Finance Management Act. Mr. Speaker, I know it's modernized, and as we are in these times, I am happy to see that this bill is now more geared towards and it would enhance this process. Mr. Speaker, we understand where they were lacking some part of the methodology of the public procurement system. You call it the MAPS. And as the Premier highlighted, it went through an entire process, Caribbean Development Bank, all the various entities, Ministry of Finance, so that this bill that is coming forward, it would be geared towards a transparent process. So, Mr. Speaker, I am in full support of this bill, and I basically rise to lend my support. The Premier basically went through the entire bill, so I wouldn't regurgitate what is there, but I stand in full support of this Public Procurement Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Raimo. I recognize the Minister of Health. Recognize the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for affording me the opportunity to lend my support to this procurement measure. Mr. Speaker, procurement is the critical part of whether it's public or private businesses. Mr. Speaker, we are challenged, even more so, in this throughout the world as it relates to distribution networks. We're challenged as it relates to getting goods from point A to point B, but more than ever, as we move forward, as we become more, as we become more compliant in regards to international practices, we have to impress on our people that a BHD, bond here degree, doesn't give you the right solely for the approvals of procurement. They have to follow rules, and especially when your funding is coming from non-local funds. But I've always suggested that we must never get into the practice of being so modern that your very own people are left out of the mix. So when we go through this clause by clause, even in the draft, that was specifically looked at to make sure that we don't modernize our people out of their ability to participate, whether it is with the supply of goods or the supply of services. Mr. Speaker, this is critical to what we are going to be doing in terms of building our capacities, building our capabilities, and it is reflected in this act. We must be able to assist our people, get them up on the table. And I would go on record as applauding the works of the segment in the RDA and in the government, I think it's in the Premier's office, where we have the special unit, who have made a conscious effort to prepare contractors who are seeking to move from level 1 to 2 to 3. I'm not sure the order. Is it 3, 2, 1, or is it 1, 2, 3? 3, 2, 1. So those who qualify for level 3 consideration, advancing to level 2 consideration, and advancing to level 1 consideration is important. And it is not a new strategy, maybe new in the BVI, but you always like to hear these things, but first time ever. In the first world countries, United States, for instance, they have provisions. If you're going to get a government or a federal contract or a state contract, there are provisions in these major contracts. So even if you get it on a level 1 basis, there are provisions in the contract that for different groups, whether it's minority and women, minority, by nationality, minority, by creed, minority, by orientation, all forms of groups, there is a 10%, 15%, 20% set aside for it, because in those places, you have to bond the job, for instance, 100%. It is okay when the job is $10,000, $100,000, maybe even $1 million. But some of these jobs, 400 million, 500 million. So the minority businesses would never say for the fact that they have portions of that contract which is set aside for participation. And as you develop, you move from stage to stage. Mr. Speaker, it was demonstrated here also as it related to when we look at the repair works that is ongoing as a result of the storms. If we don't set rules while keeping with international best practices, if we don't set rules and regulations that don't keep our people out, then we would basically have the repairs done, have the money spent by everyone else other than us, and then be faced with another set of backdrop in terms of, well, for who does the construction dollar fit? The development of the country. For who is it? Mr. Speaker, it must be for us from all levels. I've seen it go to play, and even in the housing repair works that the Ministry of Health has been tasked to oversee. Mr. Speaker, I have long contended, and there are many debates, and I think that the catastrophic event and the procurement rules that were implemented to determine, to make sure, to guarantee that more of our abled contractors can participate from all levels, because there are those who, if you show them the corner where you need a house, they can build it. But when it comes to the preparation, the paperwork, your methodology statement, what is your, all of the paperwork necessary, they kind of weight placed on the paper presentation will keep the most able persons out of the game all the time. So we have to find a way. We get all of those who are registered in, get their paperwork up to par, so when they compete, it is primarily on their particular structure of their companies and is a price bid, not on the other factors that basically when you put them on the floor, they either can't finish the job or don't have a clue, but their presentation was brilliant. You're only reminded of how brilliant you can have a presentation on the internet. You can be looking so good on the internet, you can build it just by seeing it. But when you go out in the field, it's a different story. So I like the fact that we have built the BVI. I like the fact that we have built it using local competence. I like the fact that we will continue to rebuild it using local competence. And I like the fact that we are prepared to look at the procurement methods to make sure that we can, quote unquote, level the playing field, whatever that means to everyone. And when you look in the terms of the competition, those persons who have proven themselves already, if they need help to get their paperwork in order, then let's help them so that they can continue to build the BVI of which we are proud. So I stand in full support of the Procurement Act. I stand in support of all measures that will make it so that we can get more people on board, more mouths fed, more hands at work, not just because you can present it well on paper, but because you have the competence to complete the work on budget, on time, and in a fashion of which all will be pleased. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I recognize the Leader of Opposition, Honorable Malampin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to make my brief contribution to the Procurement Act 2021. Speaker, as was said before in Public Procurement Act 2021. Mr. Speaker, as was said before in the initial presentation of the bill by the Premier and subsequent members, I think this act is an act that had its genesis some times back, and a lot of work went into this particular piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I believe that, I want to say from the offset, I support us moving forward with a modernized procurement legislation. Speaker, prior to the 2017 trifecta disasters of the floods and the hurricanes of Irma Maria, it really exacerbated the need for us to seek more international funding and the requirement for us to have a modernized procurement legislation that supports us accessing international funding, international loans, international grants to be able to do the necessary infrastructural development that we need to do as a territory. So, Mr. Speaker, the work started some time ago, but I'm happy to see that it's here today and that we're here moving forward to ensure that the BVI is compliant, that the BVI has a legislative framework to be able to access and tap into those international funds, whether be it from the EU, private donors, or any institution that we need to access funding from, Mr. Speaker. So additionally, one of the challenges when this bill was initially discussed, and I would have loved for us to have the opportunity to have an informal meeting to discuss this bill, be that as it may, we'll have the chance to go through this bill in committee, was the concern of, and the member, at-large member Malone just mentioned this, or persons on the ground, or contractors being pushed out of the conversation in terms of qualification in accessing these particular jobs or these particular projects moving forward. There was a discussion about the financial threshold in terms of economic threshold. I know that was toyed between 3 to 5, and it went up to 15 to 20. There were different thresholds that were discussed. And I'm hopeful that once we get in the committee stage, to see where we come down on in terms of that threshold for local projects. Because the reality is that our contractors are maturing. We have contractors right now on the ground that can compete in anywhere in the region. We have some of those contractors who are actually doing major projects within the region. We have where we built the Tatola Pier Park and the ports development there. We have where many of the main infrastructure that was built in this territory was built by the hands of BVI contractors. And I support the point raised by the member, at-large member, because we have now where we're seeing the training opportunities are improving, are increasing for those persons who would like to be in the conversation to be able to participate within those major contracts. And we're seeing more and more persons are rising to the occasion, and the opportunities that are presented for them to participate economically in the development of our economy and our territory and our infrastructure. So I support this move. I want to commend persons like Dr. Glasgow, who I know has been one of the key drivers behind this piece of legislation. He's done a tremendous amount of work to ensure that we have a solid legislative framework, a solid operational framework in which our contractors could operate. Sometimes we look at it as being cumbersome, but I think we're better off in the long run once we follow these guidelines, once we follow these international guidelines in terms of how we function, how we do business, that these contractors are now being looked at in the region. They're now being looked at for projects in St. Lucia, in Antigua, all around the Caribbean. Persons are looking at the level of work that is being performed by our contractors as it relates to the project that is being done on the CDB, the projects that are being done through international donors, and they're saying that we need to take a look at what they're doing in the BVI in terms of the development of their infrastructure through their contractors. So I think this is a step in the right direction, and there are opportunities where we could agree on certain directions, and this is one of those opportunities. And I fully support us going through the details in the committee stage. I know there are going to be some areas of question. We'll have the opportunity to deliberate those areas as honorable members of this honorable House. But in principle, Mr. Speaker, I support the move to modernize our procurement legislative framework, in order for us to ensure that BVI is in the picture internationally in terms of attracting international grants, in terms of attracting international financing, in terms of us in our contractors, developing our contractors to be able to perform on an international stage, in a regional stage, and develop the level of competencies we need locally that could work anywhere in the region and around the globe. Speaker, I so commit.
Thank you. The floor is still open for debate. I recognize the member of the second, Honorable Mitch Turnbull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I won't be too long. I don't know if I'll be brief, but I won't be too long. Mr. Speaker, this bill before this Honorable House, I want to get the proper title, Mr. Speaker. The Public Procurement Act of 2021. Mr. Speaker, is a bill in its principle, Mr. Speaker, that I would support because some and mostly, Mr. Speaker, the contents therein deals with the ability for us to build capacity within the sector of construction and building within the territory of the Virgin Islands, Mr. Speaker. And I believe just as we have been able to build, been able to construct, been able to architect and execute a number of projects, buildings across this territory, Mr. Speaker, from Anegada to Just Van Dyke by the hands of the people of this territory. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we continue to strengthen the capacity building aspects of the people of this territory. And Mr. Speaker, while I believe the bill is important, it is also important that we must recognize the architects and the persons who have given up their time and effort to ensure that when we look at the processes of putting out bids for tender to be able to do certain projects within this territory, Mr. Speaker, that it is done according to standard, but not just our BVI standard, but international standard. Mr. Speaker, I remember coming as a new member into the House of Assembly and having a few conversations with my constituent and friend, Dr. Drexel Glasgow. It is one of the things that he has been pushing in terms of how we streamline. At that time, he was transitioning from Public Works back to the ministry, and then he got assigned to head, I think at that time, the procurement unit, and he was over a number of different major projects. But Mr. Speaker, it is important that we understand the people that we have, and this is what I believe one of the key factors of this territory is that we use the human resources to which we have an abundance of in this territory. Because while we might just state Dr. Glasgow, I believe, and I stand to be corrected, but I believe his education, his professional background and experience is that of engineering and understanding how to build, how to construct, and more so now from the administrative standpoint, how to ensure that the processes are followed, that our people here in this territory are able to compete around the world. Mr. Speaker, so I take the time to commend Dr. Glasgow and his team, the FS, I don't call him by the acting no more, the FS, Mr. Fred and his team, and all who had a part to play within this, bringing this bill to this stage where it is, to this honorable house. Mr. Speaker, I remember shortly after the hurricanes of 2017, and even before then, the amazement that persons have who would visit our shows. I remember being actively involved in working with the, I don't know, I can't remember the exact name, but it was a team, a joint team of professionals and engineers from the Caribbean region that were then working with the DDM department after the hurricanes. I want to say it's a Caribbean something defense unit that came, but it was a team of police officers, engineers, directors of public works, and different persons who came and did the assessments of the structures that we had, and I will speak to those specifically in my district because that's where we did most of the tours. And even some of the buildings, Mr. Speaker, you would hear these professionals state that for these buildings to withstand the damage and the sustained winds that we had of some upwards of 200 miles per hour from Orma, they all commented that some of the buildings were very well built. And Mr. Speaker, it is important that we recognize that even now with our people having the education and having the experience and the expertise, Mr. Speaker, if we go back in the day, even to the construction of roads here in this territory, there are persons throughout this territory who are recognized for a number of various buildings and projects to be able to traverse this territory with the road infrastructure and buildings, Mr. Speaker, that we now call our own. They were built and have been built by those persons, Mr. Speaker, who may not have had the education as is offered today, but they do have, and they have had, the will and the know-how to build these buildings. Mr. Speaker, I want to take the time to recognize someone specific. I was reminded again yesterday by one of my cousins, but the era that I grew up in, Mr. Speaker, once people older than you respect them as uncle or auntie. And one of my uncles on the Rima side reminded me that we recognize a lot of persons in this territory for doing a number of things, but Mr. Speaker, I want to recognize some of the architects and engineers who I think at some point they only went up to 7 standard. If they had 7 standard at that time, in this person's case, it might not even be a 7 standard. But I want to recognize the late, great William Rima, in his blessed memory, the judge, the grandfather of the Honorable Kai Rima and Honorable Cherie de Castro, because I was reminded again yesterday that that whole Ross Hill road, Mr. Speaker, the whole cutting of that road, the way it is to this day, was engineered, cut, and executed by him and a team of elder gentlemen within the community who developed that Kingalembe Ross area, Mr. Speaker, and you know how many houses are over there today. I also want to take the time, Mr. Speaker, to recognize there are contractors, and I might be biased, Mr. Speaker. I want to recognize contractors who I think and believe is the best contractor in the BVI. My uncle George Turnbull. Then you have persons like I feel Hodge. You have Mr. the Krabs. You have Mr. James Todman. You have contractors all over, Mr. Adams, Larry Adams, and his construction company. Mr. Speaker, there are contractors who have been in this game. And I recognize my Uncle George because he has now been in construction, Mr. Speaker, with his company for some 65 years. And still at 80, I think he's 83 plus years, still doing his thing. Also Newton Construction, who has been here for a while. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we highlight these individuals who've helped to build a number of buildings and structures within this territory. And it's important that as we continue to develop the processes and procedures, I believe one of the important parts of this particular legislation, Mr. Speaker, and I would only encourage the mover of this bill, the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance, that whether it is directly through him or his office as Premier, or the Minister who's responsible for works, that we take the time, Mr. Speaker, to help our contractors from Anegada to Just Van Dyke understand what this piece of legislation is now doing. Because, Mr. Speaker, we had, while I went back to Irma and Maria, we had when the RDA came in. And it is no knock on those persons or individuals who could qualify. We had about 3 or 4 contractors that were able to qualify for certain projects that were being done because there were requirements that need to be met from a financial standpoint, from a recording standpoint, from a bookkeeping standpoint, Mr. Speaker, that focused on the capacity building of not just being a contractor by having a contractor license, but being able to have the necessary insurance and the capital and the wherewithal, and make sure your books are up to date, make sure your good standings are in place, Mr. Speaker, so that while these contractors who were from the BVI, while it may seem that only 2 or 3 or 4 of them were winning contracts, Mr. Speaker, they were putting out and contending for these contracts when they went out to public tender with persons from across the region and in some cases throughout the world. So, Mr. Speaker, it is important that this piece of legislation, the educational aspect of helping our contractors, helping our construction team to understand what this is seeking to do. And, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I have tried to and will continue to do within my district and my constituency, Mr. Speaker, is whenever projects come up from a construction standpoint, Mr. Speaker, there are a number of contractors, licensed contractors within the 2nd District on the island of Just Van Dyke, in Kingalembe, Bruce Bay, Harrigan, Mears, all over the 2nd District, Mr. Speaker, even in Spooners. And, Mr. Speaker, it is important for me to ensure that when projects come up and information is put out for tender, that they are aware so that they can try to get a piece of the pie, so to speak, to be a part of the building of whatever project it may be within their district. And, Mr. Speaker, I believe one of the things that has happened, and I want to recognize Mr. Anthony McMaster for doing this This was shortly after the beginning of this term, Mr. Speaker, within this sitting government, that he had invited a group of contractors from my district. He allowed me to invite contractors from my district and went over the process of what the requirements are for being able to compete and bid for a contract under the RDA. And Mr. Speaker, what that showed me and it showed the contractors, sometimes they might be intimidated because they hear, you know, you need $250,000 or $1 million in operations in your business over the last year or two. But Mr. Speaker, I think what is helpful and what I believe is in this piece of legislation and it would help contractors, even sometimes, Mr. Speaker, if it takes 3 to make 1, I think that would be a good step to help some of our contractors build and join and form alliances with other contractors throughout the territory, not just specific to districts, but you might be able to work with a contractor, Mr. Speaker, who might have more experience or who might have more longevity in the game and understand the processes. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping that we are able, through this piece of legislation and through whatever marketing or educational training will be done by the lead team or lead ministry who's responsible for that, to help persons to understand that while we continue to build this great little nation, Mr. Speaker, it is important that we continue to know how to do it together. So whether it takes 3 or 4 to make 1, to bid for 1 contract, at least the experience, Mr. Speaker, will come into a place where it is not just 3 or 4, it's not just 5 or 6, Mr. Speaker, but all persons in this territory for any work, any project that is going out for bid and for tender, we would have our people, our contractors, our experts in the field bidding for them within the contracts and executing them to perfection, Mr. Speaker, so that we can continue to be proud and have those that come to visit continually be in amazement and shock and wondering how this little island nation or territory is able to accomplish such great things, Mr. Speaker, because we believe in our people. And this would just be another example of showing how we can build a capacity in our territory, how we can continue to build our people. Because while I mentioned some of the older, I will call them more mature, I won't get in trouble, the more mature contractors, Mr. Speaker, it is also well worthy to note some of the newer contractors that are coming up. You have Ryan Adams and Mr. Forbes, who works along, both of them work along with their fathers, Mr. Speaker. There's Aaron Hill and some of the other contractors who are now aspiring to be able to take a piece or a bite out of this pie, Mr. Speaker. So it is a good encouragement, Mr. Speaker, and I will be more than willing, once the information is put out there, that I will ensure that the persons from my district and even the wider Virgin Islands, Mr. Speaker, would take advantage of whatever educational opportunities present themselves so that they can understand that there's opportunity for them, and they would know and understand the processes of how to bid. There's the board that was going to be in place, Mr. Speaker. I see some instances or some items on the particular bill that I will highlight under the committee stage, because some things specific to the board, Mr. Speaker, that I will bring up just for members' consideration, and then we will make a decision on it. But Mr. Speaker, I believe that this is indeed a good bill based on the contents that I have read and gone through. It is one that will build the industry. It is one that will take us and put us again, continue to be on the cutting edge of building and capacity building within this territory, Mr. Speaker. So I thank you for this opportunity to make my contribution.
Thank you, member of the second. I recognize Honorable Shereen Flax-Charles, Deputy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too rise in support of this bill, the Public Procurement Act 2021. I must say, Mr. Speaker, that the honorable member for the second must have been inside my head all morning. So I will be very brief because a lot of what the Honorable Turnbull said is what I intended to say as well. And while we look at the objects and reasons for the bill, which are to maximize the economy and efficiency in public procurement, foster and encourage participation in public procurement proceedings by tenderers regardless of nationality, thereby promoting international trade, promote competition among tenderers for the supply of the subject matter of the public procurement, provide for the fair, equal, and equitable treatment of all tenderers, ensure the BVI tenderers are provided with ample procurement opportunities in order to encourage and support national development, promote the integrity of and fairness and public confidence in the public procurement process, and achieve transparency in the procedures relating to public procurement. And Mr. Speaker, I want to add that we must put mechanisms in place for new companies or individuals who want to get into a position where they need to put in a tender on a project. Too often we find persons complain, oh, the same person is winning the bid every time. And when we investigate, Mr. Speaker, we find that the persons that are complaining or that are saying that they didn't win a bid, they never ever even bid on the project. And I think some of it, Mr. Speaker, has to do with not really understanding what they need to do, or they have not been educated on what the process is. I remember years ago as the project manager for the BVI Tourist Board, we had a project on one of the islands, and when I called the trade department, I said I need a list of all of the contractors on that particular island. And Mr. Speaker, I was stunned. I was stunned. It was more than half of the business population were contractors. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, it was easy at that time for persons to be able to get a trade license to be a contractor without really having the necessary skills or knowledge. Today, we are in a position where we have the H. Laverty Stout Community College that offers short courses in construction, and a part of the components of that teaches persons how to bid on a project. There's also a 2-year program. And so I want anyone within the sound of my voice, Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage persons who are interested in really having a career and to be able to be successful to start that process if you have not done so. Even within the solar training program, there was a module there that taught persons how to bid on jobs. So education itself is very important. And what we have found, Mr. Speaker, I have a friend who is a contractor who went through the training at HLSCC. And every time there's a project to bid on, persons are flooding, coming to him in droves, wanting him to do that work for them. And so we need to put things in place so that all people are able to understand that in order to be able to get a fair shake in the market, that you need to get yourself educated, understand the business, so that when a project comes up, you are able now through this particular bill that you know that you would stand a fair and equitable chance of being able to win that bid. And I too have seen, Mr. Speaker, in most recent times, the handiwork that we saw at the opening of Sabre Rock. Spectacular work, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the workmanship. I tried to find something wrong, even if it was a little bit of paint that was out of line. And Mr. Speaker, I could not find that. And so we do produce quality work, but we also need to train those that are up and coming so that there's continuity. Having a bill for fairness and all of that is good, but we also need to look on the backside and ensure that all of our persons who are interested, even on a high school level, we do have programs in place at the high schools with technical drawing, woodwork, and the like. And we do have the technical school. There's one public one here in Tortola, and we just opened a private one on Virgin Gorda. And these are places where we must lend our support throughout our communities to ensure that everyone has an equal chance to win a bid. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I will again say that I am in full support, but we must ensure that our people are able to get the requisite training in order to be able to bid on a project in a fair manner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Junior Minister of Trade. The floor is still open for debate. I recognize the Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the opportunity to make my contribution on the Public Procurement Act 2021. Mr. Speaker, the first thing I'll say is that, of course, Cabinet approves these bills to come to the House of Assembly. But I believe, Mr. Speaker, this is my view, that you have a number of changes that will happen before you get to Cabinet and to the House of Assembly, and you have some changes that will happen after. The debate is important, and the committee stage is important. There's a reason why these debates are broadcast for the public. And there's a reason why after the first reading of the bill, it becomes a public document. And persons can read the bill, and then persons can speak to their representatives. And while I am a member of the executive, I'm also a member of the legislature and a representative of people. So we do not expect that when we bring a bill, that there will be no possibility of changes. So what I will say, Mr. Speaker, is that I support the principle of this bill and many of the essential elements of the bill. But I expect that we're going to make some changes in the committee stage. And just to give a little background on what we have to pay particular attention to in this bill, Mr. Speaker, and other persons touched on it, but I want to go into it a bit deeper. And I'll go into history as I often do. Mr. Speaker, we are a landowning people. We're going to learn more about that as we develop a greater appreciation for our history and our culture. After this bill, we have the Public Holidays Act. I'm going to speak a little bit about it. We just had our Heroes and Foreparents Day. I'm going to speak a little bit more on that. But our people became a land-owning people. And land is the basis of independence. Land is the basis of economic power. When you have land, you can build homes that you own, and you can own businesses. When you have land, you can go to the bank and you can get money to develop yourselves. Becoming a land-owning people became the basis of a people who are economically independent. Even in the tough times, Mr. Speaker, our people did for ourselves. In fact, those tough times made us more independent as a people. And we built businesses. We built businesses before tourism and financial services. And when tourism and financial services came, and that injection of money came, it helped us to develop our businesses, and our businesses grew and developed. Mr. Speaker, I want to let you know, and I let the members in here know, and let the public know, that Virgin Islanders built the Virgin Islands. And we have had persons who have come here to partner with us to build the Virgin Islands. But the driving force has been Virgin Islanders. Remember, the Virgin Islands did not just become a place in 1950, 1960, 1970, 1980. The Virgin Islands has been here since we came here on slave ships, and even before then, it had people here. So the Virgin Islands did not just drop out of the sky, and it did not just become what it is. The driving force of the development of the Virgin Islands has been Virgin Islanders. And now we have an economy here, and there are opportunities here. There are persons who can come from elsewhere and benefit from these opportunities. But we must never be afraid as Virgin Islanders to reserve certain rights for ourselves. We have a law that pertains to labor. And it says BV Islanders and belongers should have first preference. I'm not sure how well it is enforced in the BVI, because we have a lot of our people who are unemployed, and lots of persons who come from elsewhere who are employed. And training has something to do with that. But in some instances, we have persons who are trained and they're BV Islanders and belongers, but they are not preferred. They're not given first preference. And I have to say to you, Mr. Speaker, that's a problem that we have to fix. Now, let's get to procurement, competition for contracts in the Virgin Islands. The same principle that we extend with getting jobs. Because remember now, Virgin Islanders are used to owning businesses. we must extend that to competing for contracts. Now, I want to say to you that all the way in the big United States of America, with its 300+ million people, that they can declare, because of the development of this thing called globalization, that they can say, what did Donald Trump say? What did he ride to victory? America first. Donald Trump said America first. Bernie Sanders said America first in a different kind of way. But Donald Trump got a lot of persons to follow him, even though I believe he's bigoted, even though I believe that I have some ethical and moral challenges with him. He was able to get a lot of support just off of the view of America first. Because in the United States of America, they transitioned from being a producing nation, where they had factories in places like Michigan and Ohio and Pennsylvania and other places, where they had these places in the inner cities. If you see the inner cities of America right now, before they had the gentrification that's taking place right now, the inner cities became abandoned. Many African American people became unemployed, and other nationalities of persons, because those jobs went overseas. They went to Asia, and they have a global economy that ended up benefiting the wealthiest persons in America. And this also happened in the United Kingdom. And the United Kingdom went through a similar experience as they did in the United States, where they had somewhat of an anti-immigrant kind of sentiment. They're facing some struggles with it right now, because since they've exited the European Union, they used to get a lot of labor from Eastern Europe and places like that. And those persons are not there anymore, and they have severe labor shortages. But the point I'm trying to get across is that all throughout the world, persons have been examining this thing called globalization. And they are saying that we don't want you to forget about our national needs. Don't forget about our national needs. We want to be able to participate in the global economy, but we should participate on our own terms. We must define the terms. It cannot just be open competition. Because when you enter into, when you come from the Virgin Islands, and the Virgin Islands only has 30-something odd thousand people, and you compete against persons who have markets of millions of people and have developed their businesses over decades and decades, they have access to more capital than you. How will you compete against them? So at a certain level, you have to protect. Persons don't like to hear it. They don't like to hear this word, protectionism and nationalism. But at a certain level, you have to protect your people and allow them to grow and develop to a stage where they can compete. And in some instances, compete against persons in their own nation, and then compete in the region. In the Caribbean, they have something called Caribbean Single Market Economy. That means some level of preferential treatment to persons in the region. Okay, it does mean relaxing national boundaries and restrictions among various countries. But in that region, you have some level of preferential treatment for people from the Caribbean. And we cannot be afraid of saying that we're going to keep control of certain access to opportunities here. And we should reserve the right to say, okay, this particular tender is going to be international because of the nature of the good or service that we want to procure. That's an area where we don't mind inviting international competition. But there's some areas, Mr. Speaker, that we should have no qualms about reserving for Virgin Islanders. And I'll tell you a little story, Mr. Speaker, and this has to do with the furniture in the schools, which became an issue right here in the House of Assembly. Mr. Speaker, following the storms, the government of the Virgin Islands negotiated with the Caribbean Development Bank for a $65 million loan to aid in the recovery from the hurricanes. One thing that Caribbean Development Bank loan was procured for was to fix what's now called the Ella Dorothy Turnbull building, and to procure furniture for it. Mr. Speaker, we went through a tender, and after the tender, we selected a local retailer to procure the furniture. And I guarantee you we would have had the furniture a lot more quickly if we did that. Well, after Cabinet made the decision, a Caribbean Development Bank, who I love and I appreciate, don't make any mistakes about it. If anybody from the Caribbean Development Bank is listening right now, we love you, we appreciate you, and we want more of your money. But they squashed the decision. They rejected it. And they wanted us to go again and include regional entities. And so a regional entity who is a manufacturer. Remember, we're talking about a national company who is a retailer, then had to compete with a regional company who was a manufacturer. Now, the retailer will not be able to beat the price of the manufacturer. They just won't be able to do that. So, when they did the procurement process again, and it's just a matter of scoring, members of the committee just score, and one will come up on top. And this regional manufacturer had a better price. Now, for me, the thing that doesn't make sense, and the things that we don't factor, is that while this furniture had to be made from scratch, the children don't have a place to sit down. They don't have a place to sit down. So you want to know what you have to do? And we try to, this is the thing that doesn't make sense sometimes. We want to get value for money. The children don't have a place to sit down. So what you have to do? You have to buy them furniture to sit down on while you're trying to get value for money. Now tell me, does it make sense? We have to make the procurement process make sense. The retailer that we had here, it would have made more sense just to buy the furniture from the retailer here. Mr. Speaker, these things present frustration. And then you have a pandemic, it interrupts the manufacturing that was taking place in Trinidad with the lockdowns and all of these things. You're trying to get value for money, and you end up spending more money than you would have ordinarily spent. Mr. Speaker, I just want us to be cautious. I want us to be cognizant of these things when we go into the committee stage. Mr. Speaker, we like to speak about what's called international best practice. But when you talk about international best practice, you are often just studying a playbook that was written by people who want to dominate your economy. And they've come up with their neoliberal policies and ideology to persuade you to open up the door and let them in and dominate your economy. We have to be very, very careful, Mr. Speaker. So there's nothing wrong with nationalism. There's nothing wrong with protectionism. But you do it in an intelligent way. You do it in such a way, and the at-large member said it, Honorable Junior Minister of Trade and Economic Development. Make sure you train your people so that they can compete. Because that's the problem we have sometimes. We give persons opportunities. We give them contracts. But then we don't give them the proper tools. We don't give them the proper training. We don't help them to grow and develop. We give persons sometimes in our districts opportunities. And for 10, 20 years, they're doing the same types of jobs. They should start off on one level and then graduate to another level. Once they graduate from that level, then they graduate to another level. We should see the development of them being able to compete for big jobs, but they started off with these small jobs. The development of our contractors is something that we have to pay closer attention to. And we are, because of course at the H. Lavity Stoutt Community College, they just got an international certification for construction training. We're on the right track, but we have to make sure that our legislation is congruent and consistent with that effort of national development of our contractors. And we have to make sure that they have opportunities. We have to make sure they have access to finance. We used to have something called a development bank, and it had a particular purpose and goal. We have now a national bank, and I agree with having a full commercial national bank. but we still need the function of a development bank. We can have both of those and have a program to help our national contractors develop. So, Mr. Speaker, it is important for us to have a Public Procurement Act. It will protect the government, it will protect the contractors, it will make the rules very clear. And before I end my contribution, let me just make one more point. Mr. Speaker, nearly forgot to mention this. This is something that has to be mentioned. Mr. Speaker, there are valid reasons for a tender waiver. And I believe that we have to define those valid reasons for a tender waiver. Even the governor's office, as much as they speak about this and that with tenders, you see that they do tender waivers. They often do tender waivers. In more times than not, they do tender waivers. There are valid reasons for tender waivers, Mr. Speaker. If you have done a tender for a service, and let's say it's a one-year contract, and you are pleased with that service, and you want to continue that relationship, Mr. Speaker, why should you have to go and tender all over again? Maybe the first year you wanted to see how it went. And of course, maybe there's the option of negotiating for multi-year contracts, so you don't have to come every year. But Mr. Speaker, there are valid reasons. Consultants. You are familiar with someone who, because of their expertise, their knowledge, and their experience, are the perfect persons for a particular job. And you go out there and you put it in the hands of a tender committee, as well-intentioned as they are, and then you get the wrong person. But they did a good job of going through the tender process. And they impressed the tender committee, but they are the wrong person. And then you hand them over to a ministry, and then you waste money because the original reason you wanted to get the consultant for, you haven't satisfied that. So, Mr. Speaker, these are my views. Value for money is important. Transparency is important. But also the empowerment of people is important. And I want us to include the empowerment of people when we speak about value for money, transparency, and accountability. Include empowerment of people. Include delivering for people. Giving, delivering for people. Those things are important. That should be a part of the equation, Mr. Speaker. So I'm looking forward, Mr. Speaker, to going through this Public Procurement Act and making some adjustments in some areas to ensure that our people grow, develop, and are protected, Mr. Speaker, and have opportunities in their own home to make a living. And I'm looking forward to have a bill that provides us with the transparency, accountability, good governance, and all the other things that we want to see in addition to the empowerment and in addition to being able to deliver in an efficient manner for the people of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Premier Honorable Natalia Whitley. The floor is still open for debate. Seeing none, I call on the Honorable Premier to wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. for such a robust debate. Mr. Speaker, one of the jobs of a representative in this honorable house, especially when you have a minister and you have to bring a bill, and even so as premier, is to bring it to the House of Assembly, as the Deputy Premier rightfully said, so that it can be properly ventilated through debates, through the committee stage, through every stage. And even, not saying it would be the case here, but even there are other tentacles inside of the standing order that allows for further ventilation of things. For example, if you want to put it in a committee stage of the House, not saying that this one is going there, but a committee stage of the House so that things can be looked at. That's the true essence of democracy of the House of Assembly. That's what the House of Assembly is for. And one of the things that I pride myself with is to tell everyone, and I say it to the Attorney General, to the Governor, to my members, executive arm, and to the people, at no time should anyone try to dictate for the three independent bodies of government: the judiciary, the legislative, and the executive. If they're doing something outside of the law, then there are measures in place to deal with that. But it's very difficult for that to happen just like that, in that would mean that all who are involved as members just let it happen, which sometimes that may be the case and sometimes it may not. But what I'm saying here, Mr. Speaker, is that I never try to stop any bill or motion used in my powers as Premier and Minister of Finance from coming to this House to be debated, to be properly ventilated in all angles and facets. And we have to educate our people, as rightfully as I heard the Deputy Premier was doing, of what the House of Assembly's function is. And for example, Mr. Speaker, if there's a bill to come to the House, I can bring it, but I cannot pass it. So if there are areas in it that needs to be worked out, which I know there are areas in here that members have named, and it's only fair, we can do that in the committee stage. That's what the House of Assembly is here for, full discussions, and take it not only clause by clause, but word by word, space by space, as one fellow said, because there's a space between the words, so he said even the space between the words we have to evaluate to make sure if it need a comma or semicolon, because those commas and semicolon could change up a sentence. It could cost a government its life. So that is the tenets of democracy in the House and the true essence of democracy in the House. And when those things are done, that is where the government gets its mandate and the country gets its mandate from laws. So without bringing up any area, when person said, don't bring that to the House, when you don't bring something to the House that the House has to rule on, what you are saying is that as Premier and Minister of Finance, that you are in control of the House. You're saying that you as Minister of Finance could pay what you want, approve what you want, and then bring what law you want and just tell them, here, pass it. And that's not the spirit of democracy, and that is not what the House of Assembly laws allow. And nobody in the House should allow that. I've heard the claims that under this government, persons have been afraid to express their views and have been afraid to say anything in public officers. And I tell persons that this has been the most that democracy has been allowed to be exercised uninterrupted in any government in the world. Look at us today. We have some persons protesting and exercising their democratic rights. Who stopped them? And some are public officers, but who stopped them? We have people now expressing their rights, while sometimes they get a little excessive and they go on Facebook and they express themselves and they talk about the issues. I mean, some get personal, but they ain't gonna drop me down for sure. So with that now, they express themselves, who get arrested, whose salary get docked. But you see, the problem, what I realize in life, Mr. Speaker, is that when you try to allow freedom to reign, some persons take advantage of the freedom that they have and use it the wrong way. This is not to say they don't exercise their rights, meaning this. I've seen other government in place where you couldn't say a word. You couldn't mention that you were against anything that that government was doing and go public and hear it. You'd have been dealt with, or you'd have feel the pressure coming on you. So a lot of people avoided that for nearly 8 years. So now you come with a government that says, well, all right, you express your views. I don't blink an eye at them. Do it peacefully, do it respectfully, but at the same time understand that we can't run a country on emotions. You cannot run a country on emotions. You have to run a country on laws, and you have to come to the House to pass those laws. And you have to run it with money. You have to come to the House to pass the monies. And if persons, whatever law or motion comes for money or to pass a law, and there's an issue with it, let's work it out here. It is not up to the Minister of Education or Health or anyone to dictate for the House of Assembly. That is wrong. And we need to make sure that our people who don't know this understand that. Even, Mr. Speaker, it has gone the motion before that was changed. It is not up to me as Minister of Finance to decide whether to pay or not. That's up to the House. Because if I go and I pay it and then bring it to the House and the House votes that it should not have been paid, I in trouble. By the definition of the law, that if I pay any bill and I know I can't get the majority of votes, I cannot get a majority of votes when I come in here, according to the old people, I'm not pitch point cross. Because then I have to be, what's the word, the financial secretary have the word, he gave it to me or something, surcharge. Minister of Finance have to pay that thing. That's how powerful the House is. So when people meet me and tell me, oh, you go ahead and pay that, I say, well, as long as I know that I can get the colleagues to agree when we go to the House, you take that chance. But if the colleagues come here and they say they ain't paying it, and when the votes get counted, the Minister of Finance in the minority of that vote, and he paid it, the Minister of Finance is in trouble. That's what the law says. And we have to help our people to understand that these are the tenets that govern us, and don't give us power that we don't have, and also don't take away power from us that we do need, but need to have it in exercise in the most transparent, accountable way that reflects good governance. So this Procurement Act, that's something in it here and there that I recognize that would create a little store. As a matter of fact, when I read the file, I did it. I recognize some of them that when you bring it, there'll be a store. But let us discuss it. I cannot go and adjust all those things on my own. But what I've noticed on the file with a lot of things when we brought them, most of them were held up because of concern of not moving forward, because one or two clauses or one or two areas or what the people might say, or this may be the case. If you're going towards a destination of further strengthening good governance, and you come and let everyone read the bill, because this bill has had its first reading and was there for quite a while, so everyone should have read it by now, and let that bill come to the House, you'll be able to get ideas from different persons on how to make it stronger. It doesn't belong to any one person. How to make it stronger to protect our people, but yet make sure that we created a balance of adhering to international best practices. That's the true essence of democracy, whether for this bill or any motion. And I want to tell the people of the Virgin Islands that I will not shun from bringing anything to the House, because I do not have the authority to deal with these things on my own. And those who telling them otherwise should stop it and put them to read Because some persons want this country run on emotions and run it through Facebook. While they have their place on Facebook, it cannot overtake the laws of the country. And it cannot overtake what is expected of how we implement and adhere to the laws in this house to make laws. I need to make that point abundantly clear, Mr. Speaker, because I'm not afraid to bring it. We've brought legislations here and even some to come that some members tell me, look, those things are heavy, and I tell them, yes, but we have to get them done. We have to make sure we pass integrity in public life. We have to make sure we pass the Police Act. We have to make sure we pass the Human Rights Commission. We have to make sure we pass the Freedom of Information Act and put safeguards that people don't abuse them. We don't pass the Contractor General. We already passed the Virgin Islands Act, Investment Act, which was a controversial one in many areas, but it allows for certain investment in the country. We already passed the Trade Commission. We have the Business Act here. We already passed the whistleblower legislation. We have already passed a lot of legislation for financial services since we are here that will allow us to be protected from terrorism, financing, and money laundering, and many other things that has rescued us and saved us thus far with this leak. Persons ask, why are we in the house all the time? Well, they're getting to see, even within the same COI, that they recognize that we have been doing certain things to make sure that we further strengthen good governance. So we have not been sitting on our laurels. We've been working for the people of the Virgin Islands, and I thank the former government for moving forward to get this going to a certain point. I understood when I took up the file from in 2019 when I came in, it was take up into the queue of the EXCO track to get the EXCO. And you see there's some fine gentlemen and ladies working finance that work diligently. And they point out Dr. Glasgow, and I'm going to point him out. I got to shout him out because he stayed with it, and he, you know, sometimes we only look at when he makes a ruling that seems like it's a little harsh, but so many things a young man does to help keep us in line with the international standards. And you had the then Financial Secretary, Mr. Glenroy Fobbs, working hard with it, and the rest of the staff, can't lead them out, and now the current Financial Secretary. But in the last 2 years, the last 32 months, when you look and see what all have been passed in this House of Assembly, even with the data protection and the e-government suite of legislations that we are putting in place now to make sure that you could do business more fluently in the territory, and even all the laws to protect us from the COVID-19, which I'm meeting people daily tell me, forget about that, let's move on. I can't swallow that at all because it's a couple $2 million to get us here. And some persons feel, don't study that, just let's get the country fixed. Where's the money? And the money is here, and we work hard to keep at minimum the persons that died, and we would not like for any to have died. But then when I heard persons say that the BVI has not handled COVID well, I said to myself, let me go and take an aspirin before they give me a headache, because you're entitled to your own opinion, but not to your own facts. The facts show the Minister of Health and his team and the whole government, in us, we walk and still walking. Sometimes I tell health they're overprotective, let's move on now. And the Minister of Health get a headache when I start. But I tell him, look, we don't provide vaccines. We tell people get vaccinated. You can't beg people anymore. So let's open up the country and let's keep moving, because we want to protect our people, but they have those who ain't being vaccinated, if they choose for personal reasons not to do it, fine. But we can't let our whole economy and them who are vaccinated die because some people don't want to get vaccinated. That's my position. I hold it in the Minister of Health know it. And I'm coming forward with it stronger and stronger, and he knows it. He see me coming forward stronger and stronger on it. But now he's hearing me say it publicly. We got to open up the economy. You can't let a few people who decide that is a Bill Gates theory and this and that and that, and the third, I don't want to do what I have to do. And yes, if they want to do it naturally, I agree, yes, you can do that. But for those who just said they're doing it naturally, yet they ain't doing a thing. Not a thing. but posting and trying to tell you stop from proclaiming vaccination and I'm taking care of myself naturally. Those who are doing it, I applaud you. But when I go and look at some of them who tell me they're taking care of themselves through natural means, when I go home in their fridge, I went by some of their home to look for them, to try to get them vaccinated and got Coca-Cola, Pepsi, Miners, everything we're gonna kill you faster. I ain't seen no fruit, no vegetable, no mineral, no nothing in there to show that they're working on the immune system. Nothing. And then they're telling me keep it closed before we die. No, you got to get your act together. Either go and get yourself together with your natural herbs to strengthen your immune system or get vaccinated. But this choo-choo train here can't wait no more. We have to get the place even more open because we are 50-something% now vaccinated. But we'll come to that some more with the Minister of Health because I didn't get to tell him most of what I just said, so he just heard it for the first time, but we are unconventional government. Sometimes I hear things on the floor here for the first time too, sir. Sometimes I got to do the same. But we come here, Mr. Speaker, and that's not to say he's not a good job, you know, he's excellent job. He just don't want to see one person more take sick or one person more die. And I agree with him. But I have seen enough to know that all efforts have been undertaken, and we want to do a heavier drive, coming up to get more persons vaccinated. I know about a friend who told me about this, and I said it in the house already. Mother and father died from COVID not too long ago, leaving a child, one 17, they just make 18, one I think is 15, one 11, and one about 8 or somewhere down there, 4. And when the father was dying, my friend told me that the person, because he's close to me, but he also knows them in another country. He said the father said if he had no better, he would have not fight it and take the vaccine on his dying bed. Leave 4 children, they're orphans. We got to understand we got to be more responsible. We're not living for ourselves anymore, we're living for others. Not just for economy, we're living for others. You want to know that you didn't take care of yourself even to try to get a vaccine, although it's not guaranteed that it will keep you alive, but it's the best thing that we have next to prayers. And you fooling people that you're doing it natural way when you ain't doing nothing. And then when you die, you leave your children here, motherless, fatherless, because of your neglect. And then want to hold our economy hostage because of your neglect. Come on. No, we got to face some of these things head on. I've had people protest against this government because of the vaccine. Protest against this government dealing with online and all about dealing with how we were handling COVID. But I also heard some of them come back and say, I like how you had end up handling it. I appreciate this. But I could thank them. But some still have their mindset, that's their democratic right. But I say, Mr. Speaker, that those laws had to be brought to protect people, and they had to be brought here with the vaccine and the COVID. And we brought a lot of them here and passed them, and so the procurement bill comes too. So with any other motion to pay for anybody or whatever, as controversial as it may seem, I am not running from coming to this house. I've had a lot of people express their views to me. Some call me stubborn for bringing bills still. Why are you going with that bill? Put it down. Some of them call me the dictator. Why are you going with it? Put it down. I'm going with it because that is what is expected of me legally as a leader of the country, to come and get the buy-in of all members and their vote, but before they vote, their input, so when it's passed, nobody would not sing like Shaggy, it wasn't me. This is the importance of the House of Assembly. And I'm not going to fool any constituent just for a vote to tell them, all right, because, I want to get back, I'm not going to bring it to the House, I'm going to put it down. How could I, determine that for everybody? Some of the legislation, sometimes I bring them here, and other persons say to bring them forward. I don't be sold at first, but when we get inside the committee stage, we get it crafted to the point where I'm appreciative of it then. Don't be feeling that everything I bring, my heart in it 110%. But it's not what I want alone. You have to look at the entire country and see what's best for the country. And you have to make sure that your actions reflect true democracy. Now, when we go into committee stage for this procurement bill, we could sit down there, word for word, space for space, line for line, section for section, and see what section it is that we have to negotiate. That's democracy. And that's what we're going to do. And we're going to do that for the public holidays bill coming up. We're going to do that for that. The integrity in public life coming up. We're going to do it for it. We're going to do that because for the 2 years and change that I've been here as Premier, I haven't shied from anything. I have persons up to now, Mr. Speaker, angry with me that we passed the gambling law. Up to now. Matter of fact, a Sunday ago, a lady met me, oh my, there ain't nothing she didn't tell me. And she tell me off, man. It was a Sunday too. She tell me she had just come from church. And she tell me off. But man, she was so angry, she told me off. I met her down the road there, West End. She wasn't from my village, but I met her there. I went down the road to look for somebody, and she pulled me on the side. And I just respectfully got to the side and listened. And I listened. And she told me all where I going, whether to hell and everywhere for passing this thing. But when I catch my head, she was telling to me some bad words. So I asked her, where you going? This is the problem I have in life. Everybody judging everybody. But when you pull back the curtain, them commit more sin than you who they're judging. Let's do these things in a respectful way and see why we pass them. A lot of things here get passed to try to help bring revenue in this country without being a burden on the taxpayers. And even when you put them in Parsons Stadium, no, leave that one. If it's marine, take that out. If it's by the cruise ship, no, not that one. Everywhere you go. So if you put it on the people themselves, now we're here, we taxing them. So all I'm saying here with the procurement bill is I'm glad that we brought it. I saw on the file the concerns, and we tried to address a lot of them before we reach here, and there's still some more. But I want to tell this honorable House that I'm also proud of us as a House, that we can debate such intense and complex legislation like this that is needed so that persons who are saying that we can't police ourselves would understand that we are a young nation growing up, and we have been able to grow up to where we are thus far without much help. And we recognize that some of the informal areas that we used to use have now to be adjusted because the territory is growing in numbers. So you can't just do things haphazard in some respects, like what was being done before. That's why we're doing all these legislation. And I look forward to the day when we pass more of those legislation. As a matter of fact, before this House closed, I've asked the clerk to give me an update on all the legislations that was passed by this House up to this current point, and even the first readings, because I'm going to go through them one by one so the people of the Virgin Islands can understand what kind of work you're doing in here and not judge us solely on the ones that you didn't like, but judge us holistically and the ones that we're going to be able to save this territory for years to come. I do not let people judge me on the one mistake or the one thing that they don't like. And that's what I notice is happening here. You could do a list of things, and that's how life is. And you do 100 things, you did 99 good, you miss one. And they want to pick on the one and brand new for the one. And when you look at the other 99 that they benefit from, they say not a word. That's why I said here sometime, and some of the media pick it up wrong, that we cannot become a complaining country without giving a balance of saying, well, that was good. We came in here, we discussed the exemption of stamp duty. And we heard all how it's going to work, how this, whatever. Everybody give their input, some give how we're going to work. We've seen hundreds of our people in the Virgin Islands able to benefit from this. I've heard from 2 banks that, I won't call the other public bank's name, but at least National Bank, that's a government bank, put programs in place that were able to complement this 100% financing for first-time homeowners coming from mortgages, where they could get land and everything, all in that encompass, and don't have to pay any stamp duty because of what we did. So that in itself, people don't look at it as a stimulus, but that was a stimulus because a lot of persons cannot afford the extra $3,000 or $4,000 to pay that stamp duty. And we have hundreds of them that have benefited from this. And may I add, regular citizens that normally would not have it to do it, and they could go, the banks now piggyback on that initiative, and now they can go and just walk in the bank, get the full money for land, house, everything, and walk back out and just start to build, monitor it, and start to pay after. How come that's being swept under the rug? That is something major that a lot of people have benefited from laws passed right in here, right up in here. So I'm going to have to go through, before this sitting is over, these areas one by one. I'll name the ones that people didn't like, and I'll name the others. But we cannot be defined only by those that persons didn't like. There's a lot of legislations that have come through here, through this house, in all 2 years and change, or 32 months that we've been in office, which has benefited a lot of people out of the Virgin Islands. So I respect when persons say you have to do this or you have to do the other. But I'm not going to let anybody get in the boardroom of my mind to make this government feel that we have done nothing good. And all we in here doing is come for our own greedy selves and try to portray us like that. Because it isn't the cow that bawl the loudest is who want water. We have to be fair and balance things. And so since they can't remember what all good we have done here and there, we're going to make sure of it. People tell me about the schools. Oh, what about the fire department? Fire, if you had seen how fire department was, the building, you would have cried. We went up there to the Ministry of Transport and we put the money inside there, managed by the very Ministry of Finance and the finance team done by the transportation. How come nobody took a video of up by the fire department, the building, inside, and see the conditions now we have improved for the firemen to work with? Air conditioning in every room. Every room. Electrical fix. Plumbing fix. Now some people say, and I agree to an extent that it should have been done before, ministers don't be out there doing them things. It shouldn't get the way it is. I agree. But the point is, when we do hear about these things, we fix them, but then there are a lot we fix that weren't brought to us before we went and we fix them. What I can't get to understand is how, when you do new schools and repair schools where you think that they're fully repaired, and before 3-4 months you hear the leaking, and this one, something happening to this one or the other, that one may have me gone. I don't know. We have to inspect what the contractor's doing a little more, because I cannot see how we could just finish spending a set of money on a building and then something else went wrong with it. But nonetheless, we come here, we pass the monies, we pass the bills, and we keep going. A lot of bills get passed here that don't help, and it's helping the people of the Virgin Islands. So I want the people of the Virgin Islands to know I do not have the power to pay things that have not been passed by this House. I do not have the power to do it not knowing that I wouldn't have the votes when I do it ahead, because you do it with supplementary when it come in, we pass it. But that's knowing that my colleagues at least don't give me enough to get the majority to pass it. Because anytime I come in here with any money that was spent by government ahead through a SAP and it doesn't get passed, the Minister of Finance in trouble. It's in the laws. Check it. So, with that in mind, Mr. Speaker, I want to say thanks to my colleagues for their intervention in the Public Procurement Act 2021. This is a game changer for our reputation. It's a game changer for how we're going to do business in our own territory. And what we have to do now is get a lot of building seminars to make sure that we take our people from the level where they are and put them at the level we need them. We can't go without that. They must go hand in glove. So we must make sure of that, Mr. Speaker, because we have to help our people in each and every way that we can. and there's a lot of help that's happening. We passed the Go Green initiative here, and I told a group of business people when they were asking me what certain things they want to go do that they were doing before COVID. Why are you going back there? That business might not survive. We passed legislation to have it duty-free for all Go Green, alternative energy products. Go and get electric stations, put them down. Go and start to order electric cars. Let's move in the direction where the legislations that have been passed going to allow you to become a muco millionaire if you're moving the right way. Don't be fooled by persons who only tell you the one or two things that they don't agree and that went bad. And we made mistakes, we are human. We made mistakes as a government, but we willfully made them. We are trying to do the right thing. We are trying to help the people, but we adjusted along the way. And this is our adjustment. This now is a game changer with the Public Procurement Act. And where it is weak, all of us, all 14 of us will sit down and make it strong. And Mr. Speaker, with that, I thank you. And I do move that we go into the committee stage.
I thank you. I thank you, Honorable Premier. It has been moved and second that the bill shortly entitled Public Procurement Act 2021 be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a second time.
This act may be cited as the Public Procurement Act 2021.
Pursuant to the Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stand committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. This House is now in committee stage.